Hello, everybody. I'm not supposed to be that tall. Hello, minions. It's so wonderful to see you again on this bright, sunny Monday. It is currently 100 degrees at the Rose Rabbit Army HQ. I'm not very happy about it, but at least I have air conditioning. Am I really going until the very end? Because this case is pretty long? Yes, I am absolutely planning on going to the very end. We're doing it all in one sitting, baby. I feel like I can do it. I feel like I can do it. Good Morbin? Good Morbin to you, KB in the world. I'm happy to have you here and Morb with you. It's Morbin time. Let's fix Von Zeeks. You might miss a bit of it. That's fine. There will always be the VOD, yes. Don't worry, though. I feel like... So here's the thing. Last time I tried to stream this last case, unfortunately, our HQ suffered quite a few internet outages. So what I've decided to do is I'll just start over again, and we'll kind of speed run to get back to where we were, because I don't want to just, like, have a VOD that's just like, hey, let's just start in the middle of this, you know? It doesn't seem right to the people who can't catch the stream. But, I believe... I'm just gonna quickly get back up to where we were. We're not gonna take the time to read it out loud, and then we'll continue to from where we were. And I've been thinking a lot about the part that stumped me, and I think I have the answers. So let's jump in. Final chapter. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm so excited. The time has finally come. We unravel everything. Magane mode, of course, how fitting. We're counting on Suzato. She's always been here for us. Whee! I forgot she flipped him. Predictable. She's so nervous she just predictables you on instinct. If you shan't let us down, then please help me up. Pick me up, Suzato, with your strong arms that can flip a grown man. You enjoy Ryunosuke more than Phoenix as a protagonist? I feel like they managed to give Ryunosuke more development in 2 games than Phoenix got in 3. I really love Phoenix. I think Phoenix is great, but how do I put this? I feel like Shu Takumi has grown a lot as a writer since the original trilogy and Apollo. And I feel like he's kind of done this thing where he's grown so much as a writer, he's been able to kind of shove in the amount of development Phoenix got in 3 games into, like, a single duology, you know? I talked about this a bit in the first game when Ryunosuke had trust issues after his case with McGilden, you know, who turned out to actually be guilty. And he's kind of grappling with that thing that is oft repeated in the original games about how you should always trust your client. And what the conclusion he comes to is something I really like for him as a character, which is that he chooses to trust his clients not based on blind faith, but because he believes he is doing the right thing. So even if his client turns out to be guilty, that'll be found out in court, and then through his actions as a lawyer and working with the prosecution, if they're good, they will reach the truth. And if his client is found guilty and is actually guilty because of that, that's how it shakes out. And he's okay with that. But until that's proven, he's going to choose to trust the people he's chosen to defend. Which is like kind of a similar... Phoenix went through a similar arc, but much more slowly. Yes, it is also very funny that, like, Literally day one after getting his lawyering license back, Ryunosuke starts leaking government secrets. It is pretty based. He didn't really go into that intending to, but he cares so much about the truth that he did it anyways. I do think Ryunosuke is also just a really likable man. I think he's a good boy. Like, I do kind of get where you're coming from when you say Phoenix is a little too dumb for you. I think Phoenix was always meant to be kind of naive. Right? He wants to see the best in everyone, and that kind of makes him look stupid sometimes. I feel like they managed to balance out Ryunosuke a little bit better, where he really does want to believe in people, but he's also a little more tempered than Phoenix. To be fair, Phoenix only ate the necklace when he was a dumb college student. He's not that dumb anymore. I also have, obviously, I'm not a big fan of the post-Shu Takumi games, at least, you know, 5. I liked Investigations fine, but I don't like what they did with Phoenix Wright's character in Ace Attorney 5. I kind of like, when you're playing as, like, Apollo or Athena, I kind of like how he still looks like 4 Phoenix to them, right? Like, he's very aloof and seems like he's got it all together, but when you're actually playing as Phoenix, he's still the same Phoenix who, like, panics all the time. He's just better at, like, hiding it, which I think is a very funny thing. I feel like that was intentional. Like, it's funny how Phoenix is still that way internally, but he's just managed to hide it a lot better, so he appears like he's always in control. But once you're in his headspace, you see he's pretty much the same as always. I think that's cute. And I think it's a good way of reconciling his 4 self. I wish I liked Athena Jesu. I don't like her very much. I like her character design, but I don't like her place in the story, I suppose. It's not that I hate her conceptually, it feels weird where 4 left a lot of stuff open for Apollo, and they're just like, we're dumping him for this lady. I love Phoenix, don't get me wrong, but I do think, like, it just shows that how much Shu Takumi has grown as a writer, that he's able to do so much for Ryunosuke in so much less time. You've never seen Apollo's game before? Apollo Justice is very interesting. I like it a lot conceptually, but also it has the worst case in the entire series, so... Like, I like a lot of the thematic ideas in it, like regarding the last case and the jurist system that Phoenix is trying to put in place. But it also has the worst case in the entire franchise, and there's even parts I don't like about the last case where it feels like Apollo gets so little for how much of it is supposed to be his game. Like, that last case is just Phoenix Wright's Keikaku and Clavier and Gavin just talking at each other mostly. Like, Apollo really doesn't get much in that last case. Oh, that's right. Iris gives us the Sholmes bunny. We gotta pull on its ears when we're stuck. But when I talk about how Shu Takumi has grown as a writer, you can kind of see this through line from the first 3 games to Apollo Justice to these, where he has clearly evolved his thinking on how he tackles these issues of justice and, like, the justice systems. Don't I want to go over that recording of the song one more time? No, I want that shark head man. I want that man with his pompadour to die. I was saying, like, Shu Takumi's thinking on justice systems has clearly evolved, where, like, the original 3 games are very satirical, in that they're kind of mocking the justice system, specifically the Japanese justice system, but I feel like there's relatable stuff in there for everyone. Which is that you know, this is clearly lopsided against defendants. Prosecutors have all the power. You know, defense lawyers have no time to prepare to defend anyone. They can't really investigate anything very well. The police don't work with them. You know, so it's kind of tackling these issues as, you know, a structural problem. And then Apollo Justice goes on to say, like, it's not, this system can't really be fixed. We just have to replace it with something else, which is Phoenix Wright's whole plan, right? He wants to put in place that jury system, which is reflective of real historical events that were going on in Japan at the time. Like, I believe that whole conflict in Apollo Justice was inspired by, like, a real push in Japan to put in place a jury system, because the reason Ace Attorney is so satirical of Japan's justice system is they don't have juries in Japan. And court cases are severely lopsided against defendants. I don't know how much this has changed, but I do remember the story about how, like, the most successful defense lawyer in Japan has, like, a 90% loss record, and he's still the most successful one. This was an old story, so I don't know how much has changed since then. But it just goes to show the kind of environment Ace Attorney was made in. And you know, like I said with Apollo Justice, they're not just kind of lampooning the structural problems with that justice system. They're proposing changes to it. They're saying this whole thing has to be replaced with something new, or at least massively overhauled. And then you get to this one, which is much more about how, regardless of juries, right? Because we have a jury in this one, but it's still horribly lopsided against the defense, and specifically lopsided against the most vulnerable members of society, right? The poor, minorities, right? Everybody's super racist towards Ryunosuke. A lot of the defendants Ryunosuke defends are poor people, right? The one guilty guy Ryunosuke defended was a rich dude, right? So it's just very interesting to see how the head writer Shu Takumi's thinking on these systems evolves throughout the series. I think it's really interesting. Anyway, Strongheart is here. He's the judge now. He definitely doesn't want us to get deeper into this case. And you know, you look at this case and it's like, even in justice systems that do have juries, the government has this power to just say, this is an important case, we're not gonna have a jury. Soseki isn't necessarily poor. He's super poor. This is before, remember, we defended him before he was a popular author, and he said he didn't get much of a stipend, so that's why he could only afford that little apartment he lived in. Soseki's super poor, and also, you know, he's Japanese and had to deal with a lot of racism. So again, I'm talking about not just poor people, but like vulnerable minorities. You know, Gina was a defendant. She's literally a poor, homeless orphan. Obviously, Von Zeeks isn't poor, but, you know, this is just making a point about how now this system is, like, turning on its own to protect its secrets, right? You really like the speech that the judge gives at the end of Apollo Justice? The law is the product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is the fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Yeah, I really like that too. I really like that. Yeah, it really sums up what that whole game is about. Which is that, like, if we want it, we can't keep these systems the same if we want them to get better. If we want them to treat people more fairly. We need to evolve. We need to change. We need to, even in some cases, or most cases, tear it down and start over. We need to learn from other people. Like, that's the whole point of this game, is that they're sending Naruhodo and Kazuma to Japan to learn from this other justice system that might be more fair than the one they have in Japan. Maybe not by much, as we've discovered, but there's things we can learn. I think it's really fascinating to just see how the writers' thoughts on these systems has evolved over time. From just kind of a standard, like, lampooning satire type thing, right? I think the early Ace Attorney games are much more comical than 4 and these ones. Like, they're still funny. They have jokes and stuff still. But this one takes its topic... These games take their topics much more seriously, I think. Right. Daily Vigil fired from his position 10 years ago on the day the professor, Kazuma's father, was put to death. Helped Gregson with his secret investigations by pretending to be him so he could have an alibi. We're not sure when Gregson actually died. Yeah, I love Ghost Trick too, Taichi. I do love Shutakumi is probably one of the best writers in the video game business, one of the best storytellers. I want to see him make more stuff. Like, clearly the Great Ace Attorney is meant to be like a 2-game deal, so I don't think we're gonna see Ryunosuke again. But, just make more... Just let Shutakumi make more stuff. You just came in the fucking Strongo Bongo doing on the judge's spot? Well, there's a high chance we might leak government secrets in this trial, so he's taken over for the judge. Right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through this again and establish the grouse thing, right? Not a gentleman's club named the Grouse where Gregson went. He went to a boat named the SS Grouse because we had his French passport. Well, I'm not 100% sure how this will end so far, but it's very clear to me the Great Ace Attorney was just meant to be 2 games. So if it wraps up well, I'm definitely going to be satisfied with this. You're currently without proper internet and using an unlimited mobile hotspot. Oh no. Hi, Gina. I love Gina. She's so cute. I would adopt her if she were real. Great Ace Attorney was supposed to be a trilogy like the original, but it got cut down and had to condense the last 2 games in a resolve. Really? I honestly couldn't tell. They did a fantastic job condensing it. Right? Like, I haven't felt like anything's missing. I would have... It's like that thing where, like, yeah, of course I want more, because this game is fantastic, but I haven't felt like, oh, there's stuff that was cut out. Bum 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 bum. Very troubling. Second game might have been about the professor killings overall. Yeah, maybe. Maybe what they did to condense them was just tie it into the weird government secret stuff. I can't really see Shutakumi coming back to, like, the main Ace Attorney series. like, as much as I would like him to fix it, I don't think that's gonna happen. But I just hope he can keep making new games. Whether they're unrelated, like Ace Attorney spin-offs or just different things. Will Kazuma pull off his ascot and tie it like a bandana? I hope so. That would be raw. Right, smuggling. Right, so they're saying that Gentleman's Club is being used as a smuggler's resort. Imagine Takumi teaming up with Uchikoshi or Kodaka. The Kino would be unstoppable. Yes, it was Ghost Trick's anniversary recently. I love Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick is a really great game. Right. So we know from the last time we tried to do this, Von Zeke snuck into Gregson's office and saw the thing about about Grouse, and also figured it was the Gentleman's Club, but he was also wrong. He didn't know about the boat. I think this is the one I have to press. Hold it! I love, yes, Strongharm's unicorn staff that he also uses as a gavel is very funny. Lestrade investigation. Yep, Toby helped. A false bottom? Is that like a service top? Did I make that joke last time? Who cares? I'm funny. Right. So we have to say the name of the place is important. Yeah, I love Gina's outfit too. Like, she's trying to look more like a detective. It's really cute. Whenever Kazuma is on screen, you think your tits look heavy? They do be popping in that outfit. Why is your shirt so tight, King? You trying to attract other men to your milkers? Yes, we must find out the name of the club, because the name is important, because we have the ticket that says the Grouse. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Kazuma's like, actually, I'm fine with this, which is kind of weird and suspicious. I think it was like he was waiting to see if Strongheart would say no himself. Right? It's like Kazuma's trying to bait Strongheart or something into tipping some sort of hand. He wanted to see... Griffith tipped $15. Wonderful to see me stream again. What's the next one after this? The next stream after this... oh, it was from Griffith from Berserk. I should have figured it. Just shortened your name. The next stream after this is Thursday. What is it? Doom 2, right? Is that what I wrote? Hang on. I gotta remember. I have people to keep my schedule for me. I can't remember this thing. Yes, it's Doom 2 on Thursday. By the way, Oh, what game for Mondays? Honestly, I don't really like set a game for particular days. It's just whatever is most convenient for me at the time. I'll tell you this though. Once we finish this, I will be getting back to Umineko. I just wanted a little break between Umineko episodes, and I wanted to finish The Great Ace Attorney 2 before we got to episode 2 of Umineko. So I'll finish this tonight, and then next week we'll be back to Umineko, but I don't know if that'll be on Mondays. It's just kind of whatever's most convenient. It's also because I wanted to play some shorter games in between, which is why Doom 2 is this week. Doom 2 will be a lot of fun. It's got the super shotgun in it, which makes it objectively better than Doom 1. But, again, thank you for the $15, Griffith from Berserk. I also have no idea how much $15 is in England money. Alright, so I present the ticket now. I think I have to investigate it first. I don't think I did that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the boat is named the SS Grouse, which presents the possibility that it wasn't a gentleman's club named the Grouse Gregson went to, but the boat. And we know this is a strong possibility because of his passport to France, which the Grouse stopped at.
Objection.
$15 equals 12.245123 British pounds. Interesting. Cosimo, why are you being so mean to me? You're also foreign. Take a look at this. 15 USD is 21 in your currency? Huh. I always show irreverent attitudes towards police forces. It's what they deserve. Yeah, check out a ticket. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Other side, please. Yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection.
Not that kind of suit, no. It's the suit, Ryunosuke's wearing. I don't know what he gets up to in his private time with other suits, though. You'd have to ask Kazuma about that. Or Von Zeeks. Yep, and he's gonna say, and then we're gonna present the passport that shows
Objection.
Gregson was in France, which the steamship docked at. Do you want another Vienna try after this? You suggest Dies Irae? It's very kino. There's also Science Adventure. Yeah, I've heard of all of those. I think the ones I have in my Steam library are the Silver Case and, what is it? What was the name again? Gothic something? The House in Fata Morgana. That was it. The passport. The passport. Ba 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 da dun da 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 da. Oh, do I have to investigate it? I love the art in Fata Morgana. That's why I was interested. And I really want to play more suited things in general. So, Silver Case. I mean, besides just No More Heroes. So, like, Flowers, Sun and Rain, Silver Case, Killer 7. Yeah, this is the passport. Yes, I do want to read Fate's Stay Night eventually, but I'm waiting for that retranslation a fan is working on. Probably the next Type Moon thing I play will be, what is it, the Mahotsuke? The one about Aoko? Because that's getting an official translation.
Take that!
Deadly Premonition stream when? That's not Suda, that's Swery. They're different people, but also maybe eventually. I do love Twin Peaks, which Swery says he's never seen. I've been rewatching Twin Peaks actually recently. I still love Fire Walk with Me so much. Kiefer Sutherland is like... Kiefer Sutherland in Fire Walks with Me is such a funny role. He's playing so against type. He's like playing a weird nerd. Yeah, I love Fire Walk with Me, and now I'm so I rewatched the original show and then Fire Walk with Me, and now I'm on The Return. I love The Return a lot. So here's the thing. So I've been thinking about the part of the case where I was stumped, and I realized something, which is that Kazuma knew about this boat thing the whole time. How did he know about the passport that was in Gregson's trunk? How did he know about any of this? So I think what I have to do when I get to that part is that I have to present Kazuma as the one who's inconsistent. Not Von Zeeks or Gina. I don't know where to go from there exactly, but like, I was thinking about this in between streams. I'm like, how does Kazuma know all this stuff? How does he know that Gregson was on the boat? Nobody else knew that but us, and that's only because we found the passport in his trunk that no one else had seen. Yeah, where was Kazuma? How does he know about this boat? Like, we already know that he's super mad at Gregson because he suspects, as we do, that Gregson was working for the Reaper to assassinate all the people that escaped from the, escaped from Von Zeeks' prosecution. And I mean, he thinks Von Zeeks is the Reaper, aka the guy who puts his father to death. Was he on that boat? I mean, I don't know if Kazuma killed Gregson, because Gregson was shot. And I mean, like, if it was Kazuma, there'd probably be a sword wound. Like, he's dual wielding right now. I love Kazuma's prosecutor objection theme, by the way. Like, I like how it has a little bit, like, I like how it's like mixing his original theme with a very British Von Zeek style theme. Da, yeah, like there's his theme. Da 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 dun da da da. So yeah, Kazuma's on the similar line of thinking as us, which is that Gregson worked for the real Reaper, right? The Reaper isn't just one guy killing people who escaped from the law. It's an organization working together, because there's no way they could kill, like one guy could kill all those people. But Kazuma thinks it was Barrick. We think it wasn't. We do not think Barrick Von Zieks is in charge of the Reaper organization. We both do think Gregson was involved, though. So this is the part where we have to go through Gina's entire testimony and get Barrick on the stand. Da-da. Yeah, if yeah, nobody was killed aboard the steamship, allegedly. Don't laugh at me. Right, now Kazuma's gonna posit that the reason the reason Gregson died is because he failed to kill his mark, so his punishment is death. Why would he laugh at his boyfriend? Because he tops. Da 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 da. Yeah, why wouldn't you laugh at your boyfriend? That sounds like something. That sounds like a romantic activity. If I had a boyfriend, I would laugh at him. You're lying. Da 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 da. What? Yeah, you're the voice of Scotland Yard now, Gina. This version of his theme is called Kazuma Asogi, a prosecutor reborn. That's cool. Born again prosecutor. Witness testimony. Right, so we have to press all of her statements here, and that'll get Barrick on the stand. Only established fact. Maybe. I think we're well into the territory of thinking that Gregson was working for the Reapers, so I'm fine with him saying that. Oh, right, this is the part where they reveal who Gregson was allegedly supposed to assassinate. And it's a name that's hard for her to read because it doesn't sound like English. Seishiro Jigoku. The judge. The judge from Japan. The judge of all of our tutorial cases.
Objection.
In it. Yeah, Kazuma's whole theory here is that they failed to kill Jigoku, so the punishment was being killed themselves. right? This is our hint here, I think, is that Kazuma somehow knew all of this stuff about the boat and planned for it to go this way. Foot. The leggy. Crash. What is a man? Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, Von Zeeks definitely sees through this whole thing. He's basically saying Kazuma's had this all planned out. He's gotten Gina to say everything he wants her to say. This testimony is bad. It's weak sauce. That's a little intimidating. I'm not scared of any old British guy. Your Honor, I object. This testimony, it is cringe. Slap! I love Ryunosuke's little slap. It's cute. Okay, so this is the one where we have to press every statement.
Hold it!
This was a mistake. Why did I do this? Why did I let people think I murdered everyone? Yeah, Susato also does the face slap in the first case. It's really cute. Yeah, that's also our conclusion. The Reaper is multiple people. I like how we get to see Kazuma without the rose-tinted glasses in this game. In the first one, Ryunosuke was always putting him on a pedestal, wondering what would Asogi do, and making him out to be this perfect attorney. In Resolve, he has to confront the fact that Kazuma is not the image he built up of him and his own demons to confront. This whole time he's been practicing law with the intent of carrying on Kazuma's legacy, and when Kazuma was revealed to still be alive, it left him in a bit of a limbo in terms of his whole identity. Yeah, I think that's neat. It's one of the reasons I really like Ryunosuke's development, is that he has to learn how to be his own person without Kazuma. Like, he had this little crisis when Kazuma came back. He's like, what am I even doing? Do I still want to be a lawyer? I only did it because Kazuma died and now he's not dead. But you really get to see Ryunosuke come into his own over the course of the last two cases, which I think is really cool. Yeah, this is our hint here, too. Right? Kazuma isn't denying any of this. He's like, yeah. How does Kazuma know any of this? Like, he didn't deny the steamship part. He, like, went all in on it immediately.
Hold it!
That's true. He was kinning his dead boyfriend, and then when his boyfriend came back, he's like, I can't kin him anymore. I have to be my own person now. Riddler YouTube thumbnail. Does he know? I should make that edit. Yeah, that's a really bad pseudonym when you think about it. It took me a bit to get it though. Asa Shin. Slap! Oh no, it's a little weak one. She doesn't know. There is no name. It's a little question mark. Yeah, Kazuma is kind of a jerk here, but he's very much... The whole point is he's very much blinded by vengeance, right? He wants to avenge his father, who he thinks maybe was wrongfully accused.
Hold it!
We gotta snap Kazuma out of it. Whew. Yep, Seishiro Jigoku was one of the 3 students who came to Britain 16 years ago. It was Mikotoba, Jigoku, and Kazuma's father.
Hold it!
He did, yes. It's a very silly reason to go after him. It's because he smashed a bench while he was defending Genshin Asogi. Yeah, he smashed it. He's very strong. Oh, also insulted the British Empire, which is based. Honda Six is just like, yeah, I ejected that from my mind because it was stupid. It was a really stupid trial, so I forgot it. It is a little silly. He's crazy. He's the Joker. It's cobblers. I love a good peach cobbler. Well, it's probably because it might be true that Gregson was working for the Reaper. You should get a cobbler tomorrow. Sorry for making you hungry for sweets. All right, here's where Stronghearts gets classist. In it, oi! Yes, yeah, this is where we gotta help Gina.
Hold it!
Yeah, and then we press this statement. You helped me find my resolve. It's like it's the title of the chapter or something. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Here we go. This is what we want. This is where we were last time. I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Yeah, I think it's Kazuma. How did he know about the boat?
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me. Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let us something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said? Okay, let me look. Is it the trunk? You think it's the trunk? Let me examine it. Right, because the passport was in the trunk. And that's a good guess, right? Because how else could Kazuma have known about the trip to France? Wait, what's this? Wait. Is this scratch from Kazuma's sword? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. There's blood on it. And this gash is from, like, it has to be from, like, a very large, sharp object. Did Kazuma meet Gregson on the ship and attack him? This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, isn't it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain? And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there is a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it! Me, with me nose for trouble! Huh. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Get his ass. Drag his ass. Kazuma, what did you do? And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. That's right, we never said it was in the trunk, did we? We just showed the passport. How did he know? So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? Can I open the trunk and inspect the gash? I already did that. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? Yeah, they said the cut didn't go all the way through the trunk, it just very deep. At the port of Dunkirk, on aboard the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... Oh boy, we're getting into it now. I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point, I'll need to verify it, but I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where's the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson? It's the gash, right? That looks like a piece of metal that's stuck in it.
Got it!
Got it! This is your proof? What do you say to that, Prosecutor Asogi? Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk and tossing him into the sea would be more helpful. What? At least that way, London's courtrooms will be safe from his destructive accusations. I believe that was a rather long-winded way of telling you that you're wrong, Mr. Naruhodo. Very well, then let us see if you sink or swim under the weight of this penalty, counsel. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Okay, I gotta be more specific, I guess. Maybe I have to examine it again. Try opening it? Okay, I will. Pop, pop! Maybe I can... Oh, I see. I have to examine this side of it. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Oh, okay. It's one of those funny ones where you have to be very specific. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. Okay, let's present this. There we go. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom. For all to see. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man was the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Yep, it's broken. What did you do, Kazuma? Oh no! The tip is broken. The fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword. The question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asogi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well-deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train for London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He went there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house? In Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the Mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in the room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. But that doesn't explain the gash in the trunk. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. Yes, you do! The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case, and accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Okay, fine, say nothing. You whore! Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karuma has been entered into the court record. I like how it's not just Karuma, it's the great sword Karuma. We must take immediate action now to verify whether the Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. That's true, we commented, where's Jigoku? How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Yo, the banter. Order! Order in court, order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku! No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Well, I don't know about that. They seem pretty racist here. Except, that is, For the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake... my lord. I sincerely hope we are successful. But unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Oh boy, let's hope they find him. We're all alone now, I guess. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin? I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careening towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Gonna rip them right off. I don't support bunny abuse, by the way. I don't support what's going on in this scene. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? Pull it! Pull the lever. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave! Ho! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. All right, then, I'll pull all my strength into it. What? Heave! Ow! What is this? Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. What? How does this work? The SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. How does this even work? We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Iris is very goated for this, but I have no idea how this works. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. Yep, Sholmes knew the whole time. I love Sholmes in this game, because, like, you can totally tell he's only acting stupid to make Ryunosuke figure things out himself beat, but he still comes through in the end. It's adorable. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes, that's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Mrs. Otto, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Oh, is that Mikotoba? Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. Oh wait, no, that's not Sholmes talking, it's Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse at Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined the notebook and I recalled my steamship tickets. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. I know! I love how Mikatoba's the real Watson. It's so adorable. And if they're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. Dude, there's literally... You're all right. There is no hetero explanation for anything going on with these two. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we are but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikatoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. Oh, we're in the we're in Sholmes and Mikatoba's perspective. That's so cool. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. Oh god, it's him, the Russian. And that crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why you are loitering here? Who are you? It's the Russian guy from the first game. My dear fellow, do you not recognize the world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chaitskin Stroganov when you see? Great detective, ha! I don't think so. Why is Sholmes written on your arm? Do you see that, Mikatoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now! How distressing! My loyal devotee knows me only by my name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. Oh my god. Are they going to do the big gay dance? Deduction together? You have a brother, I believe. Oh, he's the brother of the guy from the first game. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikatoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro has realized that we're after him, has he? Why is Seishiro running away? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikatoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse that he leaves the area. He's right there. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Good one, Sholmes. Very smart. Curses! The plan is ruined. And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Here I go. What is this? Oh, you made it. Excellent. I'll save that for later. Very good. The does he know? I love it. Thank you so much. Very good, KB in the world. You've done your princess proud today. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikatoba? I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? Oh, they're so gay! Do you think they explored each other's bodies? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so, the game is afoot. Alright, how do I distract this nerd? What's this, a mousetrap? This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow? Let's try it. Snap! Choo choo! That sounds like Big Mouse in Trap. Choo choo! I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh, really, Shrooms? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? PP, naturally. They're also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikatoba, do a PP this time. No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. The mouse lore, yeah. That's the sound mouses make in different languages. Let's see here. Something with the alarm, maybe. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set it off. Here goes, then. Pardon me in advance. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me, by World Fifth. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gulping at my brilliance, Mikatoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Shnoom. They're fucking schmoovin'. 3rd November. The SS Grouse, first class cabin number 2. I love these two together. They're so adorable. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. There's clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's, without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we were here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. Well, that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Okay, that trunk looks suspicious. He does have this... He does have a... me outfit, yes, with the little nightcap. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow, if you failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Let's take a look in here. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. That would be a very depressing thing to do. Alright, let's take a look at his sleepy head. His sleepy head outfit. There's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a Haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. Looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Sholmes, how do you know the state of Mikotoba's shirts? Why are you looking through his wardrobe? Seems a little fruity to me. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed? Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Yeah, there is that suspicious tube with things in it. Ah! Here we have a notice issued to passengers for 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice 31st October, following departure from the port of Dunkirk. Oh, never mind, I didn't have time to read it, but okay. Ah, yes. There was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Notice about evacuation... A practice evacuation carried out by the crew of the SS Grouse the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. Well, that could mean something. Let's see. Let's just get everything one at a time here. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it's... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy! Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Ah, that's important. That's where they could have stored the body to chill it, right? Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish products as well as ice. On our very voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. That's where they could have put Gregson to hide the time of death. Suddenly, Mikotoba? The sight of you is making my mouth water. What? What did he mean by this? I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Oh, they gay. Dude, just kiss already. Kiss this man's mustache, Sholmes. There's a speaking tube here, look, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Huh. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. You're still on the snake thing. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Okay, here's the tilted sign. Yeah, we're gonna look at the wardrobe too. I'll look at everything, don't worry. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. I wonder when they instituted that new rule. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though, a trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba, there is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Tisk! Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. Of course he does. Of course he always carries a copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes with him. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? Okay, let's check out this wardrobe. Let's see if there's anything funny in there. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, and you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you can just tell me what you said. It's not as fun, though. Well, I uttered some brilliant remarks and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Okay, what else are we missing here? I think we've got all the things on this screen. Oh, it looks like something was removed from the wall. The wall's a slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Uh-oh. You are still here? Able Seaman Stroganov, hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me? Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now! Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi? Oh, yes, we're gonna do the gay deduction together. I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoki has not yet left this vessel at all. Yeah, do it. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov, you know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? Yeah, the song's cutting in. How can you? Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. Do the dance, do it! So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. Yeah! They're so gay! Hello, Shin Persona. I saw that you followed a day ago, and I wanted to thank you. Thank you for following. Welcome. What is this? Yeah, get in the spotlight. We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Yeah, they're stand still. All the song. Time is of the essence. Dudes rock. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Duh, that is what I said. I want Sholmes to go all in on this one. Like, all the other ones, he's like pretending so Ryunosuke can figure it out, but Ryunosuke isn't here, and now his boyfriend is? Is he just gonna go all in? Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikatoba. Then please do take the lead. Oh, this is so cool! What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikatoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. Partners, the game is his foot is the name of the song? Oh yeah, they're partners, alright. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Let me think here. Yeah, I was gonna say the ice in the cup isn't melted. That was what I was thinking just now. I was literally about to say it.
Take that!
He said it. Take that. So yeah, Jigoku. Oh, yo! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshment, Sholmes. This song is so good! One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins on the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. And I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro is, yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about these. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. The picture that was moved. It's like crooked. He moved it to another part of the wall. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. It's this, for sure.
Take that!
Nope, I was wrong. Mikotoba, no games now were my words, were they not? Come, Sholmes, where's the fun in life without a little fooling around, Oh, they're fooling around together now, are they? Ha 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 ha! Quite right you are. That was a close shave. I'd better rethink that before I'm the fool here. Yeah, maybe I have to click the picture specifically, not the part on the wall. You must tilt your head to one side and listen carefully to the faint cries of the scene. Hear the evidence calling out for you to find it. Here I am, it cries. Well, your methods were never conventional, but you know I've always been willing to give them a try. Dear God, Mikotoba, open your eyes. It was a metaphorical listening that I was suggesting. Ah. Okay, let's see the picture.
Take that!
Yeah, there we go. I was on the right track. Do it! Yeah, dance! Oh, it's so good! It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Da, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Gah! Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Let's see here. Ah, is that a bullet hole? So this is where Gregson was killed. Gregson was shot here. This is what I was thinking for the whole case, right? If Gregson was shot in that room, where's the bullet hole that should have gone through him into the wall, right? They're talking about that candle earlier that they claimed blew up because the bullet hit it. And we proved that was the firecrackers, but my question was the whole time was, why isn't there a bullet hole there? This is where the murder took place. That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Ah! I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupants. I don't know what you are talking about. Why should I protect Eastern stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Oh, got his ass. He slipped up, caught him slipping. Zoom. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Jigoku's definitely in that trunk, yes, I agree. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. My dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. It's the Sholmes written on his arm. He didn't know who Sholmes was beforehand, like he didn't know him by appearance, but he knows the name? So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. This is so easy. This one's easy.
Take that!
What? Oh. What? It had to be the tattoo. Alright, I'll look closer. Sorry. So a Russian crewman is aiding a Japanese man to evade capture by an English detective. Nationality needn't come into it, in this respect at least. All humans are the same. Ask yourself that can spur a man to do the bidding of another man about whom he knows precious little. There's only one thing in the whole world with such a repugnant, bottomless power. Oh, money. He's got like a money sack on him somewhere, I bet. Let's not get carried away now, Sholmes. Yes, the shmoney.
Take that!
I wasn't gun jumping. I thought it was obvious. Tippity tap. Da da da. It's almost too obvious for words. Quiet, the universal language of the world. Money. Ah! And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. He's looking down at the trunk. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only to follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholm. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. God, it's so obviously the trunk.
Take that!
Tippity-tappity-tap. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. I also can't get over the dancing, it's so good. If he still has a breath to take, I feel he may be running dangerously low on air. And I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. And I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are we forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. And of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. No, I know nothing about combination code. What? The slow-mo. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Now, Mikatoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth did you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is the tattoo, yeah. Quickly now, we have a little time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's this. Wait, hang on. Okay, good, I can look at it again. 5. Yeah, the M looks like a 3. So 5, 4, 0. Or is that a 6? Like, is it upside down? 5, 6. Yeah, okay, it's upside down. So 5, 6, 3. Wait. Maybe that's a 2? Yeah, it's a 2, so it's upside down, because it doesn't go up to 6. 3, 1. Zero, 4, 5.
Take that!
There we go. I'm the smartest. That did it! It's open! I'm so smart. I'm so smart. You had to meddle, didn't you? Hi, Jigoku. Well, Eugen, you've found me now. Seishiro. He's just, like, curled up. Hi, Jigoku. How you hanging? I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read your stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikatoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey, yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. How rude. I am afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class carbons aboard luxurious steamships are on very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. Watch out, Sholmes. This guy could, like, break you in half like a toothpick. He's huge. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I have purchased a ticket, and here I am. And I've seen just for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin, so you've already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Wow, why are you being so mean? Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. He didn't say take that. He just said take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. Griffith from Berserk redeemed flirt. Griffith from Berserk, it's so nice that you've always joined me here for these streams. I'm glad you've been a recent viewer, I've noticed, but I'm so happy you're here. You're always such a wonderful presence in these streams, and you do things like giving me money, which it really is the best way to my heart, is giving me money. So it's so nice of you to be here. And I really enjoy spending our time in these streams together. It makes me happy that you're here. I hope to see you again soon. Please, enjoy your D&D game and think of me the whole time, won't you? Anyways, we gotta subpoena this guy. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. 1 moment. What is it, Holmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Seichiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Small machine part, I'll have to look at our evidence again to see if it goes with anything. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Wow, that was cool. I wasn't expecting that, like, little segment there. That was awesome. I loved that. Okay, minions. Since we did that, I'm gonna real quick take a very short break, okay? It'll be very short, I promise. So please, don't go away and wait patiently for just a moment. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Just 1 minute. Thank you for being patient. Ahem. I have returned. I told you I wouldn't keep you waiting long, minions. Huh. It's time to get back to court now that we've done our final gay dance. I'm pretty sure that's the last one anyways. I can't imagine a better send-off to that mechanic than that. Sholmes going all in, no longer pretending. So, it was so good. I feel like I needed a cigarette after it. I don't even smoke. Smoking is a filthy habit, minions. Don't get into it. Let's get back into it. I'm so excited. I want more. I demand more. Yeah, dudes really did rock. Dudes rocked that whole case wide open. Now let's get back to a different form of dudes rocking. With Kazuma. Kazuma Asogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, whilst this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. Alright, we need Sholmes and Mikotoba to, like, burst in immediately. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku, the very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him. Yeah, we got his ass for sure. But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes? Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness. Who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October? Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. Okay, you don't have to bang it every time. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Does he know? What is he cooking? Well, I guess I should have taken a break there, but you know, whatever. I thought they would get Jigoku back faster. I guess that doesn't make any sense because they're in France. Whatever, we'll just keep moving. We'll keep right on in it. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Yeah, his partner. 8:07 p.m., Sholmes' suite. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikatoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now, Mr. Sholmes still hadn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. Yeah, was he lying or not? About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikatoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Oh yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've already had a reply? What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. He's hungry. It's also code for I'm not going to tell you until it is most dramatically appropriate. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. I've never tried pheasant. I've heard it's really good, though, if you prepare it right. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. She thinks he's her dad. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Tony Hawk just confirmed that Pro Skater 3 and 4 remasters were in the works, but were scrapped after Vicarious Visions was merged into Blizzard. I hate them. I'll end their lives with my hands. My own two hands. I'll destroy Blizzard brick by brick, I swear it. They can't do this to me. They can't take away my Pro Skater. This sucks. What a terrible news to bring me. Why would you bring me such terrible news? Anyways. Oh! Yeah, it's not actually true, is it? He's not her dad. Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? He always does that funny fall. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, It turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. What? Wait, who's her real dad then? Yes, about that, Iris. You know I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Is Sholmes her dad? The pheasant is, by the way, an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite all right. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasants? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Is it really Sholmes? So then, let us dine, whilst our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. Unironically, pheasant is like chicken, but like more chicken by a square inch. Like it's denser? Is that what you mean? This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About the telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I've never had pheasant either, but I've heard it's quite a delicacy. I can't let this opportunity slip away. It's also like a very British thing, that's why I've never probably tried it. Oh! Why is he curled up like that? Why is he so scrumpfly? Why did I make that noise when I saw him sitting like that? That was a little embarrassing, sorry. What is this guy's problem? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? He's sad. He's sad about no pheasant. Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Yeah, that's like those memes people posted about how do gay people sit. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasants, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Oh, you. You're too stupid. I can't not love you. Tell us about the telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this? I think my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin. T. Gregson. Oh yeah, that was the thing from the end of the first game that connected all these people. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before, yeah, from the end of the first game. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the last case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. To Jigoku, I bet? Maybe that's why Jigoku was trying to get away. He didn't want to reveal the state secrets. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Yeah. Yeah, it was Jigoku who received the telegram. So he's working for something with the British government. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Needed by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Wait, he signed this under Ryunosuke's name? I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Some sort of intercontinental plot. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Tell us about it. Never mind, he won't tell us about it because we don't have the evidence. Tell us about Kazuma, whether you knew he was dead or not. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria, it was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. Interesting. Why are you so invested in this? What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Well, you fucked up. You only prevented it for like 1 year. What, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Yeah, he's the one who suggested the idea of teaching Ryunosuke about law. It was all to push him to come here instead of Asogi, but why? Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. And I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. Oh, yeah, I was worried about that. Like, did we just sentence a girl to death for nothing? I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh! An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? Yeah, you just repeated what he said like you're Solid Snake again. Huh, an omen. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Do I have to present him with something? You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist. Oh, this is the part of Grayson's pocket watch. It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be so now we can solidly place Gregson on the ship. The crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruto? If this is a crown, I have the feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Yeah, this is part of Grayson's watch. Why was it in Jigoku's case, though? Kuruma, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. So do I have to present Sholmes with something? There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. Yeah, exactly, Taichi. There was a struggle and it broke the pocket watch, but why was it in Judge Jigoku's case? You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. I've been committing international espionage, my dear. Now, 1 month ago, after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. Yes, and he was murdered by Josiah Brett, aka the assassin, A. Shin. Asa Shin. What's the connection? John H. Wilson was never tried by the Reaper. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. There we go. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Do I play any fighting games? Yes, plenty. I try to play at least one fighting game a week. This week we're playing a rather unique one on Friday. Mega Man X Fighting Arena, which is a game made with a fan game made with Mugen, based off of Mega Man X. Like, it's got a bunch of Mega Man X characters. It's only a demo, so it'll probably just be labbing and having fun with that. But I wanted to check it out and share it with everybody. Last week I played TMNT X Justice League Turbo with a friend of mine, Gyaru Garo. That was a fun time. It's another fan-made fighting game, very feature-rich. It's not, you can download it for free. And it's good. Finally, a fighting game with Zero in it that isn't just Marvel. Have you ever heard of SVC Chaos, a little-known game that is very good and not at all Kusoge? Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed, and accordingly I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. So this is the kill list. They weren't, it's not about the people who escaped the Reaper, it's about these 4 specifically. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. You've always enjoyed SNK fighting games, Shinpun Soda? Me too. I play a lot of KOF 15 around here. It's probably my favorite current fighting game. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent this study tour from going ahead. Ah, that explains it. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead, then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. It was worth it. It was fine, though. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's only one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, tell me about Sholmes' hole. Ah, yes, you mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? The Topsy hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Wait, so does that mean Gregson was after Kazuma? But why Kazuma? Is it just because of the professor? Leo505, thank you for the 100 bits. With a little pride fag in them. That's cute. Thank you. Happy Pride to you, Leo505. We've still got about 10 days left in this most auspicious of months. And what a great game to be playing during it. One of the gayest games I've ever played. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target for an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. Wait, let's turn it around. Was Kazuma told to kill Gregson? Was that his mission this whole time? Even in the first game? You mean Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. He never said he was out to assassinate Jigoku. He just said his mark. Was his mark Gregson? All along? Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Wait, but this was sent to Jigoku, this list. Is Jigoku telling people to assassinate other people? But why? An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma have got involved in something like that? Why is Jigoku ordering assassinations? Let's assume that okay, not just Jigoku, but the governments. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassination is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Ah, yes, the good old diplomatic immunity. We know that well from investigations. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. Oh, Jezile Bullet, which originates from the gun that kills Watson in the stories. Oh, that makes so much sense. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? Ooh, Strongheart, I'm gonna talk to you. Those motives were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreements. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. Delightfully devilish. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins, as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seisuro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. But why? Why Gregson? I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. I know. It's a lot. But why was Kazuma sent after Gregson in the first place? Is it just because Gregson knew too much about a plot? Is this tied to the information that was leaked last year? We'll have to see. All right, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister. I'm so sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Aw. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. There, that's cute. So you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo on the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings, but I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. They're all so cute. It is found family. That's the theme. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing for what? Hee. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. Nap time. We're gonna take a little nap. So, the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. Darkness within darkness awaits you. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Look at them. The guys. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. It's the theme, everybody! The theme is found family! They did it again. To be continued. Taichi redeemed compliment. Taichi, thank you so much for being here at my stream. You're always a wonderful presence in these, and I appreciate the dedication because you show up to so many of them. I really appreciate you being here, Taichi. Thank you. Let us continue. All right. We don't even go right into the antechamber. We're just right back in that courtroom. No pre-trial chatter. We're just right back in there. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the Crow's trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. Leo 505 redeemed insult. Leo, why are you giving me all your bits? Are you some sort of simp? Is that what's going on? You're simping for me? You're just giving me bits? All your bits belong to me? Is that what you think? Well, I'll take your bits, and you get nothing in return. How about that? Is that what you want, you freak? Sounds good? Alright, cool. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with a resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Oh boy, you say that now, but I don't think you'll like where the truth takes us. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. I don't think Strongheart's gonna be very happy with the truth. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazumi Esogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. He's got a point. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. It's all about resolve. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Esogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. Oh boy, oh boy! He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Yeah, slap yourself up. Get yourself psyched up, Ryunosuke. We've got a court case to win. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Oh, we got some, like, real final boss music going on. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Huh. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Definitely very pertinent. I am fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensics and Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. Why is the judge so mean to us all of a sudden? You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Well, that's obviously bullshit. Though I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Ooh, let's get his ass. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. You bet your Karuma we are. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? It's obviously the telegram.
Take that!
It's gotta be the telegram, of course. That's the only, it has his name on it. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oh, he's mad. You little... Oh, he's gonna break it again. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. That's right. She assassinated Wilson, you tried to assassinate Gregson. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. It's all connected. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson, once assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. and the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Ooh, we're in it now. We're just getting right into the good stuff. I like it. I like it. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Or at least he was working for the mastermind. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. Yeah, get his ass too. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. Yeah, alright. You feel proud of your technicality there, little guy. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah! You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Is this the part where he outs Strongheart? Is he gonna say, like, you would know Strongheart? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. He's definitely gonna out Strongheart. I feel like Strongheart is involved in this. There's no way he isn't. Come on. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. That's sketchy. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice is foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Yeah, here's something I've been suspecting for a long time. Which is that Gregson, the evidence Gregson found that implicated Genshin Asogi as the professor might not have been real. Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of a crew wouldn't have heard it. But there's a bullet hole in the wall. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Oh, it so is Strongheart. It super is. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to peruse this villainous assassin exchange plot. He's so like trying to cover his ass. Like, oh no, we're not here to hear about that. It's not about me. It's super is Strongheart, come on. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? I'm gonna do it anyway. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, let's get to it. Let me check my thing here real quick. Yeah, we found this. This is decisive, I think. This is the part that proves that Gregson was in that cabin, is the part of his watch. Great. Jigoku said he didn't know what it was, and I think he's right about that. I think he's not lying, like he didn't know, and that's where he fucked up. I don't know if he killed Gregson, though.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan, then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Wow, it's very forward. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students would be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? 'Cause he's a bitch.
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations. Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord.
Oh, look at them going at it. It's super is Strongheart, come on.
Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Strongheart's like barely hiding it.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire, it was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. Is this starting to look like he'll pull some diplomatic immunity? Please, not again! And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here.
be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
You didn't kill that guy. What's wrong with you? But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here.
Oh, it super does. Come on. Let's not be coy.
Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it!
Right, he died, technically. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. It's good old Hosonaga, he's everywhere. Asmodem, you're redeeming a compliment for once? You're always redeeming insults, but... You know, I think that's something I like about you, is that you're always willing to take punishment from me, your leader. And that's why you are a welcome presence in my chat room. Thank you so much for being here, Asmodem. I always like having you here, truly. And I hope you have a good sleep. Please, rest up. I need minions bright and ready for conquering the world. Let me see. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That was impossible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement.
That was all Sholmes' plan. That must have been why Sholmes did it. He knew about the assassin exchange. He knew if somebody took the student's place, they couldn't send another one.
And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah! My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned, but I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. You're getting too close to putting me in the hot seat. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yeah, the evacuation drill. So, we have the evacuation drill papers that prove the guard wasn't present 24/7, and we have the part of Gregson's watch that can place him on the boat. So we've got Jigoku cornered. I just have to find the right place to present it. I think we do have to do it in that order, the papers and the watch.
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed this with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Yeah, but that's not why Kazuma was there. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts, too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past.
You see? That proves it.
Yeah, I think this is where we present it. Let me examine this. All crew members are required to assemble on the main dock at 10 p.m. Patrol will take 20 minutes. Does he mention a time in his testimony? Yeah, he mentions the evening, so let's see if we can press him for a more specific time. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them would have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh.
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like a steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. It was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
That's the hole in this argument. Oh no. That's right, we didn't find a bullet.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Yeah, I'm gonna present the form about the drill. I know Kazuma's already admitted on taking this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. It's true. Honestly, that's fair. What are they gonna do? Stop him once he's forbidden? He can just not do it. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard the steamship. So you mean, Judge Jigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, yeah, last one. Yeah, this one.
Objection!
There we go. I knew it. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen for the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. So, like, we're not really proving anything here, but we are introducing doubt into Judge Jigoku's argument, right? That's important. We're establishing doubt. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. I'm starting to think that maybe Kazuma didn't kill Gregson. I think I believe that. So maybe Jigoku figured he should finish the job himself. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Ugh!
Yeah.
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryanosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel?
We got the watch part. We got the part of the watch. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st?
Take that!
Take that!
Well, the dentist. I was gonna say enjoy the dentist, but the dentist isn't very enjoyable, is it, Jesu? But I hope your toothies are okay. I hope it's just a regular checkup. SNK has announced crypto KOF NFT. Please tell me that's fake, or I'm gonna cry. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. There's a whole ass Twitter account at crypto_KOF. Well, I hope people yell at them enough that they back down, because I'm going to be really upset if they don't. I'd really like to keep playing KOF 15. God, that sucks. I'm so upset. Let's just keep playing. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
What? You acquitted me, man.
Objection.
Cut that shit. Expertly maneuvered, Ryanosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. Hey, that's leading the witness, buddy.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Holy shit, Jigoku, turned super evil really fast. He was pretty nice every other time we saw him, but now he's on the stand and he's just acting super evil. I respect it. I respect dropping the mask, because God knows I love being evil and taunting the people who are out to get me. But I don't think it's the best look for your court case, buddy.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
Oh boy.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October.
Halloween.
Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
You already did it. You lied. You already obstructed justice. All right.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ip-and-See-Ow throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
But we know about the big, like, refrigerators and stuff that the ship has for first-class passengers to serve food and stuff. So his body could have been preserved.
Ip-and-See-Ow, a common jujitsu and martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavy for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Ah!
He did say jujutsu.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Alright, we gotta blow this guy wide open.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Holy shit.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
These guys are both against it. Everybody's against him in this one. Alright. Let me check my record real quick. So we've got the telegram, the part of his watch, the evacuation drill, Kazuma's sword, the passport. I just wanted to see what it says. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the Bordel's ears. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering, what do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. I want to know! Maybe we'll use it again. All right, I'm not sure what to present like right off the bat, like I was last time. So we'll just press and see what we get. Let's give him the press.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever.
If you shaved this guy's beard off, he would look like Roger Smith from the Big O.
Hold it!
Like he's got the pointy eyebrows even. Obviously you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction, but I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all of my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Ipon Sioi.
Hold it!
Sayoi? I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. Even though the man had a gun? That was brave. That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
Ha 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 ha! My Ponseo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
Hit him with the predictable. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He bursted immediately without knocking. Inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there weren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ipon throw. I imagine his watch.
Okay.
Hold it!
Feel like there's something going on with this one. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
I don't know, I feel like Roger Smith was pretty tall. Maybe not like as huge as Jigoku for sure.
Not that the man has spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
Ha 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 ha! What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
Yeah, let's see. I think we gotta press this one. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot.
People die when they're killed.
It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Oh yeah, he's got that big trunk for sure. He definitely put a body in there. That's what I'm thinking too. Preserved the body in the cooler and then threw it in the box and then dumped it on Fresno. Well, yes, that's true, but
all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels, and I would like to think that border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Unless you wanted to implicate someone specifically. That's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord.
Here we go. Here's the statement we can fuck with.
I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea.
Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
I thought he said military. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
Yeah, there is the photo. Let me check the photo. Did he have his big case with him? He did! Oh my god, we were right there. He had the body in that big case with him the whole time. That's so fucked up, dude. What? No.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've deployed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is, that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, we're gonna present the photo on this last statement. Photo.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. I'm so smart. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh yeah, he did tell us that. He dropped it casually in conversation like an idiot.
Well, all those...
Yeah, Mikoto was like, I'm really annoyed by all the border checks, and Chigoku's like, haha, I don't have to deal with that.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew you were jealous.
The fool. He dropped it himself. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. That's really gross. It was like right there.
Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that the Grand Man's body could fit even inside the largest travel trunk.
Well, unfortunately, Jigoku proved it himself by stuffing himself in the same trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners.
Ah,
Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikatoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
well, this is all very heartening.
Oh boy, he's got something else up his sleeve, doesn't he?
I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrick von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
His, pupils are like white, pointy dots. It's really, they stare into you. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Okay, hang on. Let me think this through. He didn't die instantly, right? We know this. Yeah, okay, he died instantly. That's not what we're trying to disprove. We're trying to disprove that he was killed at Fresno. The bullet... Yeah, we never found a bullet. I think that's really important here. But which one to choose for that? Can I examine the gun again? So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for the members of the judiciary again. Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun, which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. That might be important later, but I don't think it's relevant to now. Yeah, he was curled up, like, he's obviously curled up like this because he was stored in the trunk. I'll try it.
Take that!
Yeah, there we go.
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Yeah, that's what I figured. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room and died instantly, he wouldn't have time to curl up. It's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have abducted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot which subsequently proved fatal.
But he was dead before he hit the floor. It was instant. He couldn't have curled up.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position.
Ugh!
He's in that position because that's how he was stuffed into the trunk. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No!
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I don't think Jigoku has any more tricks up his sleeve at this point. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it would contain traces of the victim's blood.
Ah!
He's gonna break it again.
Present my trunk? I refuse!
What? On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. Yeah, he's got something to hide. He's like vibrating. Do you see him vibrating?
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to.
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. Get his ass. Get him with his own words. Hoist him by his own petard. Hang him by his own noose. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Order! Order in court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
See, this is where Jigoku gets desperate and outs Strongheart, I'm sure of it. You can't be serious. You did it? I like how Kazuma's legitimately flabbergasted by this.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
But he's gonna say, but I didn't murder him.
Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you. You admit.
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said.
Oh, now he's gonna accuse Kazuma.
Of killing the man, I have certainly no recollection. What on earth is that cryptid statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh,
That's right! Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi!
you. Ooh, drama.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and what's all I have to say on the matter? I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. It's definitely not Kazuma. Kazuma didn't do it. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. Yeah, there's no way Kazuma did it. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. And,
It is, no question.
And so, he's contradicted his own story, because what did he say earlier? He threw Gregson and tossed him out of the room, right? So now he's saying, did he throw Gregson? He's, contradicting himself back and forth. If he did throw Gregson, where had Kazuma have come in and killed him, and put him back in his room? Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. Oh, here it comes, baby. Oh, the song's kicking in.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Yeah, we've talked about him at the boarding house. So it would probably be the sword, right? It's gotta be the sword, I think. Let me think. He broke the sword. If he broke the sword on Gregson's trunk, why didn't he? That would have proved he had opportunity to kill him, but didn't? Let me think. I don't think the boarding house is the right answer because, anybody could have signed for him, right? He could have gotten a guy to do it. I think there's, a million ways to disprove that it might have been him. I gotta think. Da 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 dum 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 dum. I'm gonna present the sword and see what
Take
happens.
that!
Oh, never mind. Whoopsie. All right, I'm gonna try again. I can't make her cry. Yeah. Okay, yes. Okay, you're right. Okay, it was the drill. Ryunosuke basically just gave me the answer. He really threw me a bone there.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. Yeah, Kazuma sneaks in. If Jigoku's postulating that Kazuma snuck in and killed him, it would have been impossible because the guard would have been outside the door, right? As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary, which he already admitted he was in his room at that time.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk.
Ah.
Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and I disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Yeah, we got the boarding house. Yeah, you were right, Taichi. I apologize. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Ah! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boys are saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish.
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name on the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
Ah! No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. Yeah, the spin. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku?
It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began.
Oh shit, he's gonna, destroy this place.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
What? Does he have Orochi power?
It's over. My life is over.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The man just did Deadly Rave. No, actually it was a
Raging Storm! A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
He's gonna out Strongheart. I know it. He's gonna do it.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. It is strangers on a train, oh my god, you're right. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterparts, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk.
Who else could do that? It's Strongheart. Who else has the authority to order Gregson to go to Dunkirk?
To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? It's Strongheart. It's all Strongheart. But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterparts. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student.
Yeah, that's why the serial number thing was important. They only started putting serial numbers on them after a certain time.
I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side.
Yeah, they gave him a gun because he was studying as part of Britain's judiciary. So that's standard issue for members of the judiciary. They all have them. Barrack von Zieks has them. Has one. That's part of why he was implicated in the crime. They thought it was his gun. It's standard issue.
That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. Did we ever find out who shot Genshin? I have a feeling that's going to be revealed very soon. Oh, Jigoku isn't a lawyer, he's a judge, so he was studying with Strongheart.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification.
Ah, so this guy also knew everything about Gregson because he was the Reaper, yeah.
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body.
So he set up Hugh Boone, but how did Barrack get implicated? That must have been just after we took this photograph with you in the hotel then. God, he really did all that shit while we were right there.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached a girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at that last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah!
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
Gross. That was the inconsistency. That's like, why is his body less decayed than the fish?
Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. But I don't think we're quite done yet, are we? The bench is just gone. I forgot. He raging stormed it.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Say it. Say it, Strongheart. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
There they go.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty.
But we haven't pronounced Barrick not guilty?
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Oh, there's still more to go for sure. We're not done yet.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? We're not done yet, baby. I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Beric von Zieks.
Objection.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Beric von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
Oh, he's gonna say Beric did it? Come on.
That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Beric von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What?
It's not over yet, Snake! Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
He's out for that revenge.
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare that this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
See, like, Strongheart's obviously okay with this because that means he's not the Reaper, which he is. It's obviously Strongheart, come on.
Bam! Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Von Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zieks.
The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. Now, they'll never confiscate it. He just crushes it immediately.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his best friend, and his guy best friend, his homosexual. That's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord.
Alright, what has he got to say about this, I wonder? The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. And I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. So you deny all accusations behind the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you had masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believes me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth, even if that truth proves your client to be guilty. Think back to McGilden. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Ooh! The boys are fighting! Okay, I'm gonna have to take like a 1-minute break because I have drinking a lot of water to keep my throat from dying. So, you know what that means. It'll take just a second, I promise. BRB! Okay? Okay, I have returned. Sorry to keep you waiting again, but you know how it is when it's 100 degrees and you need to drink a lot of water to not die. You wouldn't want to see me as a hollowed out husk. You definitely wouldn't want that, minions. Not at all. No, no, no. Let's check out Von Ziegs' testimony here. Totally immaculate, I'm sure. Yeah, I think this one's pretty easy to Itachi for exactly the same reason.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. You're intending to comment on every sentence. This could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I don't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learnt of the location he'd noted only as grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Thought he was going to make a joke about the red toupee, but I guess that's not his personality. Yes, even though it was designed for you, you walked straight into the trap. Sorry, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the ocean to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of... Look, I'll just do it. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest you concocted the scheme. But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would be amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Yeah, I think I know what Kazuma's gonna point out. A convincing testimony by Lord Von Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Unfortunately, there is a connection between them. Wilson did Clint's autopsy. Oh, dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, Miko Toba, I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. All right, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Von Zieks has something to hide after all? Yeah, it's the autopsy. I'm sorry, Barrick, but you gotta tell the truth if I'm gonna help you out here, buddy.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Von Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report?
I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Hello, Jessu. We're at probably the conclusion here. We found the real culprit behind this murder, but now we're trying to deal with the whole Reaper mystery.
Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor.
I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. Yes, it was very silly. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Von Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
What clue was it? I've been curious about this the whole time. What was the clue?
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Von Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
You could say the Genshin case made quite an impact. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. Yeah, I've had a feeling the whole time that maybe the evidence Gregson found was a sham.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death.
That's outrageous.
And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. Oh, he's got his drinky.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipanese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seichiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
What? What secret? I know nothing of any secrets.
While we were waiting for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, aren't you?
And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, that it? That would very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? Wow, it all comes back to fabricated evidence. Shutakumi sure likes this plot point. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? So, think about this. Who was the prosecutor before Von Zieks? Von Zieks wasn't the original prosecutor assigned to his brother's case. He made a very impassioned plea to be the prosecutor in the case to the original prosecutor. Who was that? That's right, even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Von Zieks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Varric Von Zieks.
In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly, and it was established earlier. It has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with the Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah! So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Varric Von Zieks. It's Strongheart. It's Strongheart? Come on. He was the prosecutor originally.
Kazuma Asogi.
What?
What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for the trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. Yeah, this is where Varric Von Zieks is saying, it's Strongheart.
In that case, I know the name of the Reaper.
Strongheart, Strongheart, Strongheart. It's been him the whole time. What? Lord Von Zeeks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to 1.
If Lord Von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Because he was the original prosecutor on the case. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Clint Von Zeeks, had been killed. Yeah, Maelstrom. As in Maelstrom.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Von Zeeks?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world. Right? A butterfly flapping its wings creates a maelstrom on the other side of the world. By Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. I like how that synced up to the music.
The court awaits your response, my lord.
This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke.
Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Von Zeeks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where's your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you are thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
You know, we've done that before, haven't we?
You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case.
Oh god, he's going all the way on his Damon Gant look. From frame one, I'm like, hey, this guy looks kind of like Damon Gant. He's evil.
I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that couldn't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint von Zieks' autopsy. But there is. Dr. Wilson only signed his name on the autopsy report. Who really performed it? He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about the autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There is no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zieks is...
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
He's mask off right away. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could this testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the reports.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. Oh boy, he's gonna hit someone with that thing.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Wow. Cutting deep, are we?
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me?
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date.
As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Oh no, he looks so defeated. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so upset. Oh, wow. Ah! He's like actually crying. Oh my god.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Hold it. Oh, it's gonna be Mikatoba, isn't it? Oh no, it's Sholmes with Mikatoba, probably. Yeah, my fucking guy. Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Oh yeah, tear them apart. The sharks are circling.
Order! Order in court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadow of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right! The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly... I didn't read that one fast enough. What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. Oh, they're all turning against him. They all smell his weakness. They want his place. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourselves of this outlandish accusation.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify, testify, testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. Get his ass. Drag him. I think you'll find it to be rather awkward to silence. Testify, testify, testify.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Yeah, you don't get any time to escape, buddy.
Pardon?
Mikatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikatoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. It wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo, Ah, yes! I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. Yeah, we're gonna call in our lifeline as Mr. Sholmes.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Let's fucking go. Let's nail his ass to the wall. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Woo! To be continued. Let's go. There will be no more waiting. Let me back in there. I'm gnashing my teeth. I want a piece of this guy. So we've got Strongheart, Mikotoba, and Von Zeeks. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the courts. Oh, and also Sai's daughter.
Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Hi, Gory, you little freak. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gory. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Stare. You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
She seems upset. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson in St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Tisk. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Alright, let's not get racist about it.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such good view of all the innards. It's gross. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord von Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of the autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Oh boy, he's on a tight leash, is he? Strongheart's, I think he's nervous. I think he's scared. He didn't know about Mikitoba.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
What was the evidence? Why don't you people tell us?
No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ah! Well, that clears up things nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has to come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death? But that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
But I get to cross-examine. I have a right.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes. Yeah, it doesn't match the MO, does it? This guy was stabbed.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zieks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. Wow, that unicorn head looks really suspicious right now.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Huh.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion in this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. British people will commit a murder and then just pack around the murder weapon as an accessory for 10 years? I'm really starting to believe that. I mean, Von Karma wasn't British, I don't think, but, like, he kept that bullet in his shoulder for a while, didn't he?
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Huh. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord.
All right. I don't know what to do quite yet with this testimony, but we can press every statement and see how it goes.
Hold it!
I especially want to find out what that evidence is they all keep talking about, but we never know the details of. You couldn't say.
No, sadly not.
But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? That's kind of desperate, Kazuma. Come on.
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did.
Kazuma says in Case 4 that Von Karma took that name because he thought his sword was cool as shit. I don't recall that. What are you referring to? Is Von Karma's name in the original Japanese Karuma? Oh, Karma. Right, Karma. I don't remember him saying that. I'll have to go re-examine the tapes.
But at the time, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
You think it's an optional conversation? I must have missed it then. But that's pretty funny. That some guy in Britain saw that sword, heard its name, and thought it was cool as fuck, and just named his entire family after that. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes.
So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? The Hound of the Baskerville, yeah.
Correct. And yet Lord Von Zieks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Von Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
There was...
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see. She's really upset at us for saying that. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? Yeah, finally we can find out what this fucking evidence was. Everybody's been dancing around it for a long time. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth, or ring finger. I had understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Among them? Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stalls at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today. Oh, thank you. That's really helpful. What? Well, that's a really interesting shape. Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stalls.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found in the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh, that's important. Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stalls requires my consent, does it not?
He really doesn't want us to see that evidence.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. God damn it, everything's working against me. Very well, you may submit it.
Alright, we gotta examine that post-haste. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Haruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Yes, let me do that right now. Alright, let's see what we can find here. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Oh, what would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Yeah, they found no other internal wounds, but this thing's sharp as hell. Look at it. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Is there like an inscription in it? Anything else? Nope. That's the key point, is that it's really sharp. That thing did not go down easy. The victim could have been a throat goat, but you know, there's nothing you can do about sharp points.
Hold it!
And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. According to the wiki, while talking to Kazuma in Day 2 of Case 4, he mentions that one of Genshin's old apprentices took the sword's name as his own in order to honor his master. In JP, Von Karma is also named Karuma, making the connection more obvious. I see. That makes sense. And also, like, it's a connection that makes more sense in the original Japanese, because Von Karma would have been Japanese. And not Von Karma. It's a funny, that's, you know, the consequence of Ace Attorney translation. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric von Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. Okay, so... Dollars to Betsy, Strongheart is also the professor, because the professor killings haven't continued since then. That's why everybody believes it's Genshin. No more professor killings after Genshin was put to death. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. He needs us to break this open, or else he'll get kicked out of the courthouse. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. And remove any trace of doubt. So we're gonna have to present the ring on Barrick's statement, I think. If we can establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I will be right beside you, whatever may happen. Alright, yeah, we're gonna present it on Barracks.
Objection!
Oh, that might be wrong. Whoopsie. Mikotoba's? Maybe, yeah. They're talking about Mikotoba's, hesitation, so I guess that would be it. Yeah, no, okay, I'll present it on her.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I was on the right track. I just had to think it through a little more. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying?
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced... Wait. Barrick specifically remembers a time that he was attacked and Asogi defended him. Was the ring stolen there? And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No!
Yeah, now Mikotoba can say what he wants to say, because it's no longer supposition.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Yeah, Barrick is really insistent that Clint was a true throat goat when he was determined.
Then why didn't you say something all that time?
I did.
I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Hey, shut up. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. He was threatening him, like implicitly. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? Is it gonna be about the one where Asogi defended Barrack? Yeah, I was right. I was right the whole time. Tell me I'm the smartest, minions. Come on, I'm so brilliant. The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Yes, the new type flash is important. Baka Tyler, thank you for the raid. Welcome. We are at the very climax of this game, so if your viewers are not interested in spoilers for the second Great Ace Attorney, they might want to split. If not, please stick around. That's fair, Tyler. Yeah, I was just saying exactly that. Please don't spoiler yourself. It's an excellent, excellent ride. Get out of here, you scamp, you. Whew. Everyone else is certainly welcome to stick around, though. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm looking forward to unraveling this final mystery together. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. That's where they got the ring. That's exactly what I thought. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean
The ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Hired by who? You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? He's really got a hate boner for Barrick. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him rest. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself on this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, just imagine there were some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh. Yeah, he did admit to it. That's the really hard thing to fight.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him.
Well, the trial was closed, so how do we know how true that is?
Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is indeed resigned to fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Kenshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
There's gotta be a way to disprove this. But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing his trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Wow, that's a big bang. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. I keep saying intervention. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Okay, let's think this through. What if Asogi accepted some sort of deal? The killings come to an end. He didn't do them, but someone involved did. Someone very big with a unicorn cane. The killings will come to an end. He will get to live as long as he accepts the guilty plea, which will be reported throughout Britain. We've got him, we've got the professor, this mass murder will stop. And he gets to live. Who could possibly have had the authority, the resources, to get Genshin out of prison, where he was making an escape? Remember, he rose out of his grave because he was escaping. We've established this. Who would have helped him escape? And for what reason? And then, why did he get shot as soon as he was about to escape? He was a loose end that, regardless, they could not have let go. Who shot him? I think we know. Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? The Asogi Papers.
Take that!
This. Oh, it's probably wrong. Okay, I gotta get to that later. I'm on the right track, I think, but probably Daily Vigil getting fired and blamed for letting Asogi go. Right? He was framed. Yeah, exactly. We'll secret you out of there. You get to go back to Japan. Nobody ever hears about you again. So let's see. Da-da-dum.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, a falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. It's a scandal they're afraid of. And also, you know, him murdering a bunch of people, Lord Strongheart. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder in the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Sholmes had it all fucking set up. This guy rocks.
asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Oh boy. We've got his ass.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Outrage. Outrage in the Old Bailey. We got him. So here they are. Also, Varric is still there. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? We're just getting them right in here. No breaks. Just file them all in. I, Barrack Kaiden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost a professor? We've already been through all this afore a decade ago, and the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happening. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. Yeah, we don't have that law yet. We don't have the statute of limitations again. That's bugged us in previous Ace Attorney games, but it's not been invented, so it's fine. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Kaiden.
Oh?
Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
Woo! I think we have him sweating. I think we have Strongheart sweating. We're tearing down every defense he has.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chef order's office. I assigned the convict to the chief order vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plots.
I did not ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
Well, that's a pretty simple testimony. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I do not ken that.
He's lying. He's so lying. You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was no thing about the Professor case. There was no unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious.
Yamato Damashi.
Very well. Proceed, Counsel.
Oh boy. We're gonna have to give them the serious press.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have had issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who is behind it.
You can't be serious. Vigil really does look like a depressed Wojak. You're right, Taichi. All we could say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, did not bother with idle speculation. We just got the job done.
Hold it!
Behind the scenes. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
I like how Kaiden seems to feel bad about it, but he still did it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would not be surprised if there were other folk in the prison and the service who had been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Saya that she's known now? Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? You were just a patsy. It happens to everyone. Someday I may use you as a patsy, minion. That's right, you.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that last night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Losh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Wow, he's like, yeah, I also don't accept your apology. Based. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden?
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged this, that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may. I don't ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Ooh. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. He's a tough nut to crack, this guy.
Hold it!
It's probably got something to do with Asogi's will. The Asogi Papers. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the Juke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Really?
Excuse me.
Well, that's interesting. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh, he's wiggling. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my minds. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. He's really broken up about it. Why did you do it? Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. Really, I would have figured it was. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah, yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with the Sogin ever intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. But Kaiden said he believes it was part of the plan.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between a Asogi and a body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it?
Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have, by amending your formal testimony.
Gods! Aye, go on then.
Uh-oh, Strongheart doesn't like this. The Asogi Papers were his only weapon, he says. Interesting. It is with deep sadness, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Interesting. Well, let's press first. But I think the Asogi Papers are the answer.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes. That was why you had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot see that myself. After all, the prosecution have conclusive evidence against Carly, eh?
This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, means no one's going to listen. That's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of the prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. It's gotta be the will. What we think is a will anyways. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured that he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Miss Naruhodo. No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. So here's what I think. He said the papers were his final weapon. There must be something in there that represents a bargaining chip. Let's read it again. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. I'm gonna present it and see what happens.
Objection!
I know it's the answer, I just don't know quite why. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison? Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Did he hide, like, something in the sword, like evidence to prove that he was innocent? Havas! The fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched thoroughly through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx! What the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you did not do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know, yon lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Interesting. So it's a fake. I kind of thought about this, like, it's not the real will. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with those so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real documents?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say?
Testify. We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them.
The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in this cell. A kimono, I think it's called. But he wasn't wearing a kimono, was he? In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger?
What? Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Yo, get his ass. Vigil found his spine.
Gah!
Little and large. What a double act. Biggie and Smalls.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume the conflict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
All right, we're getting close. I can feel it. Yes, my lord. Oh, we're almost there. Whew. I can feel it in me bones. Ooh. The Asogi papers. As the warden responsible for... Okay, I already read this.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Isogi? Yes, certainly. Now, there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. So he ended a man's life, but who?
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the vampire, you did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so wherein exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under the supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Isogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Och, well... The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Ooh, he's sweating. Literally. A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. It's super suspicious. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about the will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It could all have been disappeared completely," in my face. Aye, well, it's doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, the blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drever's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Isogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I could not have done anything else. You could only blame an innocent man. That's the only thing you could do as the law representative. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
I, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I did not ken afore, and I do not ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders
Sorry.
were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Strongheart's nervous. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Alright. In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. They could not have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
Aye. He wrote that will afore he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikatoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Wait, what does he have to say about this? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
He's spinning.
Spin? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. What? Are you telling me this was a letter in Scarlet? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leading, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this, possibly or possibly not, important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken?
Hold it!
Ah, Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course, but even by the dim light in the cell. Klaus Silver, thank you for following. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I'm happy to have you here. We're deep in this mystery. I hope you're enjoying. At the very least, I'm quite certain it wasn't black. Oh, why are you so upset about that?
Witness, is that really what you saw?
What? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
Ooh, he's scared. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken that way.
Och, however, you can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. Alright, I think I know. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. Okay. Let me see. There's so much evidence. Is this blood or is it ink? This could be ink in here. I don't know. Let me double check. Recent scarlet ink stains. Ah. That's right, I remember that.
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Have us again! You've no evidence to say that!
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? No, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint von Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
It's the same. Whatever the document wasn't written by Asogi, it was written by Clint.
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint von Zieks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was.
If Mr. Virgil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil, sir? When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? It wasn't his will, it was Clint's will. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament, not his, a. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zieks.
No. What?
But where is the will?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Von Zieks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night.
What if the only way to catch the professor was for him to die?
Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Just say it, Strongheart is the professor. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
No, my lord,
That's unacceptable. What did you say, Counsel?
the last will and testament of that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Von Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of this document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Von Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. It has to be Strongheart. It's all him. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, the professor was one of them, the aristocracy, the judiciary. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Von Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Von Zieks was in fact an accusation. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation? Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor.
Which would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the documents.
No. In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
No! If that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Clint was the professor. It was one of them all along. He couldn't take it.
Then your whole argument falls down.
Oh, whoops. No, wait, hang on. Let me rethink it. Okay, wait, hang on. I jumped the gun a little bit, I think. I think we get to the accusation in a bit. Yeah, I was just showing you what happens when I show you the wrong option. It was just for fun. Obviously, I know the real answer. Okay. A confession, then. There we go. The music stopped. That means I know I'm right. Clint was the professor. The guilt overcame him, or somebody found out. He took his own life. And as a member of the aristocracy of the judiciary, it couldn't get out. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint von Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murder... Wait. Didn't Barrick say, like, a long time ago Clint had a dog? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord von Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint von Zieks himself. Ugh. Ah! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Yeah, they kept referencing Pandora's box. The great von Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint von Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in the country would evaporate. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord von Zieks. So, Strongheart admits it, at least. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrick von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in court! Lord von Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. Yeah, and what was we found the dog collar way back in case 2. The treasure that guy wanted to find. It had a big B on it. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Quint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint von Zeke's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Wow. So it is true, then. Clint von Zeke's really was the professor. Impossible. The Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and he was using it as a negotiation tool to get his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Wow, we did it. We won, guys. Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint von Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Ooh, a flashback. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. No industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factory, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scene. Hello, Shin Pansuna. You really came back in the middle of the thick of it. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know what's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard on this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So we pinned it on him. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Von Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint von Zeeks perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Von Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings. He was stabbed with a sword, huh? So I guess he did kill him by taking drastic measures of ending the perpetrator's life. And Asogi did commit to taking a life.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
Vigilante justice, huh?
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
Well, I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Von Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary.
Do I make myself clear, detective? Well, whatever means necessary. That is a line that echoes through time, doesn't it?
Blimey.
So that man 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanding dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me? Well, I can send out assassins to any part of the world. I'll just kill you.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. Man, that's some high-tier tactics right there, using a guy's kid against him. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider the possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Yeah, it's him. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role wasn't really that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Well? My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in need of keeping London safe... See, here's the thing. This guy sucks. Law and order, it's bullshit. It doesn't matter. I much prefer a little bit of chaos. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. The good of the country is so lame. I say let the truth ring out and let people deal with it. Lawcucks, exactly. I hate lawcucks. Can he do this? This song is named The Great Gate of Truth. Awesome. Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Von Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint von Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by that man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. There might be one last little lie. Later today I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yeah, there it is. One last objection. The biggest slam. Thank you, Kazuma. The 3-paged will? I thought about that. He said 3 pages. There are 2. Where's the third one? Me? You slipped up, Strongheart. You got overconfident. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. And it made him get confident and slip up. Well, it began with Lord von Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Strongheart. 2 pages. We have 2 pages of a will. Where's the third? It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint von Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. We have 2 pages of a will. Where's the third? Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
Yep, here we go. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaiden!
What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black Wareham-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words afoot in Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought not to be sent.
Objection!
Well, it's relevant now, isn't it?
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Kaiden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wareham language.
It's beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Wait, who's this? Whoa! He just faded in. Hi, Mikatoba.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father! Uh-oh.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I have translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
He knows he's fucked. It's over.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
Ah, take off the hilt, the pommel, the handle part. Do it. Twist it.
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem. Twist thy head?
Father, what is Karama?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Alright. Let me see the sword.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zieks tragically lost his sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the sword, don't worry.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe it that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
It's hidden inside Karama.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. But we do. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? Hang on. All right, I'll look at the sword now. Don't worry. Don't get too excited, minions. The head. The head, right here. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Just a tip, Naruhodo, come on, man. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Give him the old tip twist. So Mr. Asogi's word really means twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think. Ah, look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? And looky here. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint von Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed in the inside Karama and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Traveled around the world twice to get here. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. A trump card. Let's take a look-see, shall we? Let's see what it says. Oh, I can't examine it. All right, it's gonna keep it a funny secret. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Give me the song. Yes, the theme song. Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How? How can you? Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
Let's show it to him. Shove it in his face. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Dudes do rock. My brother's last will and testament? Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karama? The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Uproar. Uproar in the court. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. The document could explain everything. The document literally destroyed the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? He's the professor all along. Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection.
Get his ass. Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. This dude's ass is getting totally ravaged. Lord Clint Von Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though the proceedings aren't going to quite as you'd hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No, for God's sake. No! This dude he's super. I was so right when I just said he's Damon Gant. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who had habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon could rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Oh, Strongheart. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. So they had a duel. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. His ass has been got. So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill that man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office he'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Von Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. Wow, so Jigoku was in on it from the beginning. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. And when I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed that nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! People find out the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that that has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Just only wondering why they didn't shoot Drebber instead of Genshin. Probably because Drebber was a easier to bury. Like he said, his career, his prospects were ruined. Nobody believed him. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Everybody's quiet. Nobody has anything to say. It's so overwhelming. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You could imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint von Zeeks from dishonor and his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord von Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Ugh. Ah. Ah. He's like gonna explode. I wish he would get struck by lightning like Demon Gant. Oh, I think he died. Oh, never mind. He's even doing the Demon Gant thing where he starts clapping. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friend from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. I wouldn't be surprised if in the Japanese version he has like the same last name as whatever Gant's name in Japanese is. Because he's just the same character. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. What? I feel like extortion and, like, ordering people to murder for you is, like, at least complicitly? Like, you can't get off on that. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here at present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost. Without doubt. Good! I think that's a good thing. I don't see the problem here. Gaunt was Kaiji Gonto? Ah, darn. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. I say good. Yes, that's a good thing. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then, a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. Would be eliminated from the minutes of those proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. But at what cost, I ask you? And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Boo! Boo! You guys suck. British people suck. I say let chaos reign. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. Yeah, throw it. Hate your pussy. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryonosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Raise an objection. Yes, when all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason.
Objection.
That was the easy part. But what do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise,
They are merely objectionable.
Whoopsie. The defense has no objection to being penalized in this instance. Okay, we gotta present evidence. But what evidence? The only thing that carries any weight in court is evidence. There we go, thank you. I was just doing it for funny. I thought it would be funny if you raised an objection. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. I have an idea, but I'm not 100% sure, so... Great Pursuit, The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo is the name of the song. And I'm gonna present... what else?
Take that!
Whoops. Oh. I thought it would be like a metaphorical thing. I thought it would be a metaphorical thing. Sorry. Let me try again. Okay. Let me try again. Okay. I think it is still a metaphorical thing.
Take that!
Oh, right, the bunny. Fuck, I'm dumb. I'm not dumb. I'm just playing a joke. It's the bunny, right, the last resort.
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. I'm so sorry, excuse me for just 1 second. I'm really sorry about that. It was the most inopportune time to be interrupted by something. Allow me to continue the game. So I think it might be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? That's right. Everything else has failed us. It's time for a deduction. Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. All right, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah, but Mr. Naruhodo, he's... Woof. What do you... What? Why do we have holograms? It's Mr. Sholmes. What, we have holograms now?
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again. What? How did Iris invent fucking holograms? Are you out of your mind with this? Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
Get owned.
What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord.
We would just go right through. Look at me fucking dance. I hate this man so much. I hate him so much. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Fucking quirked up white boy. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trustworthy partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? Ah, the very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace.
Oh, he's got the fucking queen on the line? He's tattling to the queen? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Usato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
Oh, this dude's gonna get his ass. Sholmes told his mom. What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. Yo. This dude is getting his ass executed. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph.
You meddling?
This is some kind of nightmare. Wham! just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Oh, it's Queen Victoria. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male stronghearts is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. You're the public trial? So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. This dude's gonna, like, pop every blood vessel. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Yo, he broke it. This one is really good. Oh my god, he's dead. Yo! Extra guilty. You're like double guilty. It's gonna break? Holy shit. You're like the most guilty it's ever been. Oh my god, is he gonna die? Oh, okay, he's fine. Oh wait, never mind. Holy shit. That was awesome. Well, I guess he didn't get struck by lightning, but he got burned by fire. That's pretty close. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Ahsoka's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Ahsoka's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Owned. He's like quadruple guilty. You saw that thing explode. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord von Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. Oh, how convenient. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrack, you have always looked up to me, And now, you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint von Zeeks. Clint. Well, I guess that's it. It's all wrapped up. We did it, gang. My throat hurts. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah! However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest that... Oh, sorry, that's Schultz. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. This judge is actually pretty based. He's a fair cop. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. We did it! We fixed his racism! He is now okay to fuck. You're a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord von Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Von Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leaves people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. One last little slap. He's so cute. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. It's finally over. He delivered his last speech. That means the game's about over. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again, somewhere. I'm out of here. Peace. White boy is out. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Beric von Zieks. In conclusion to these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Beric von Zieks, not guilty. Yay, we did it. Everybody's throwing their confetti. Everybody who's cheering for Strongheart a minute ago, they all changed their minds. I can't believe it. We officially fixed Von Zieks. We said we could fix him, and we did it. That is all. Court is adjourned. Now it's just the wrap-up. "4th of November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Yeah, there's the victory theme. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Usato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. That guy doesn't know how to smile, are you kidding me? Miss Susato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy that darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. He sure doesn't. No one's smiling. What's going on? Miss Susato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Von Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. Alright, everybody's made up, we can be a throuple now, right? And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. And I will hold them dear. Yay! Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Yeah, what was that second thing? I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. He was probably sure he would see his friend Mikotoba again. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? You'd only agreed to it, Seisho, and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. Oh, is this Iris's real parent? As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. So, was Clint having an affair or something? My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask that you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. This very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Baby. Baby. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. The Baskervilles. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. Well, I can't believe you're an uncle, Barrick. I wonder who the child is. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah! So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint von Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes. Wow, I can't believe Iris has two dads. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all that could be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikatova. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikatova. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. Well, now we know. That's the last mystery solved, I think. I don't think there's any mysteries left, are there, minions? I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket, hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson for you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surprised myself, even. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris! Uh-oh, she heard it. Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. Wow, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl? Again. Sholmes did in fact just do a long-distance ass grab. What did he mean by this? No, really, oh poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Why are you so invested in pinching Ryunosuke's ass, Sholmes? Well, I ought to be leaving. Lord Von Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. They're boyfriends now. Sorry, Ryunosuke, you're getting left out on this throuple action. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Von Zeeks? Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh, no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Von Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. What, you're scared you'll never see him again? Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. They're gonna go be prosecuting buddies. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! We did it. Everybody has got a happy end. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Is he gonna stay or not, I wonder? Because that's the choice Mikotoba presented to him. Is he staying in London or going back home? I'm home. Oh, about time you got here. I've been waiting ages, Edo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's got off with a big bang. I mean, fireworks ideally, but when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikatoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? What do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still, it's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Oh, they fucking. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat. Torm to fill me boots. I like how Gina just got adopted into the family. Like, she's just here now. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Dick. Well, people can change, you know. I think Von Zeeks will be more open to it than he was before. Oh yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. Now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive, by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. She's not ready to say he was her dad. He was basically her dad. Oh, yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh, well, you know what? Maybe we'll let her have that one. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him back kicking and screaming. Well, that's gonna be hard. Awkward. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd just like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? You're gonna make him cry. He's like gonna break down right here. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. He's gonna lose it, I can tell. I think, Mikatoba,
Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh,
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasant expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
you old softy, Sholmes.
They fucking...
But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. Well, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? God, I want to squeeze him into a little ball. I want to crumple him like a piece of paper. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home, too, with my greatest family. Cute. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Yeah, I thought this would be his decision.
Naruhodo,
Oh, Professor.
are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Suzato's room.
Yeah, Suzato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. And I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint von Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint von Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Suzato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar.
Yeah, we found it. It was stolen.
The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you've decided to investigate the insignia, sooner or later you have made a connection to the Von Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Suzato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Suzato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Suzato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean.
Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Suzato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Suzato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
And that's when it was in the case at the very end of the first game, and the pawn shop. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somehow shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
That's nice. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Aw, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. His laugh is so funny. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
Yeah, it's like he's very resolved or something. I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
I really like that. Like I said, I love Ryunosuke's character. Oh, she was hiding. I love Ryunosuke's character arc is what I was going to say. Suzato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So, you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did. Aww. Suzato-san. Ah, yes. I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Suzato-san. Thank you. Biting my tongue a little bit here. It's good. It's a nice ending, that's all. It's a nice ending. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose, on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Have a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. All right, Iris, you do that. No, you gotta let them get their goodbye kiss. Honk.
Susato-san.
Oh, we got voice acting back. My job is over.
Just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
My job is over. I don't have to do voice acting anymore.
I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Of course he's here. What, you're not gonna say goodbye to your guy best friend?
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Yeah, it was not to be. No more date nights, unfortunately.
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Yeah, everybody with a cravat has to be a prosecutor. That's how it works.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
You already broke it, so I guess that's fair.
Kazuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Yeah, you got really mad. Ba ba ba, bam bam bam. I love Kazuma's theme song so much.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all.
Like some sort of boss fight.
I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
I wonder if he ever gave it back.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san,
Of course everybody knows this is coming.
the path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Of course she wants to go with you. Come on.
I mean...
She's been hanging out with you for 2 games. You think she's gonna
would
dump you for
very much
Kazuma
like
now?
to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
Gay.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well?
That's
What are
that's
his
where she
feelings?
went that night.
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked.
I think they should all kiss,
But
yes.
I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me.
Cute.
Together we can take
They're
on the
they're all
world.
so cute.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
My god. Oh yeah, I guess it is an appropriate time to turn it off.
You're lucky,
The glasses
Susato-san.
are gone.
There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It's all part of the plan.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Aww.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh, do it. Make the tips touch. We gotta do the lawyer check-in. Yeah, lawyer check-in.
One day, when our paths cross, once more.
They're gonna
we'll
sword
a
fight.
duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
Aibo. Yeah, make them kiss.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could. Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when
I love
visit
this
you
guy.
in your country. What?
Yeah, we can go on some Japanese mystery
It is,
adventures.
although many are ignorant of the fact. The world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
It's just one
And
brief
that brings
goodbye.
us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
It's not goodbye, it's farewell for now.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Maybe to California.
I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The game is afoot. Oh, this was so good. I loved
The
it
ship,
so much.
with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that.
This game is so good.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
You gotta say it.
Objection!
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Yeah! The goat! I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes, the Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry, and I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. I love them all so much. In those days, when I was known as Little Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you two are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future. I'm glad we cured him of his racism. He can get it now, and I won't feel bad about it. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and the Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. My daughter! I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. I love Gina. Da 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 da. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fella you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detecting a la Gregson, as they say. Aww. Why is he making a DreamWorks face, though? Oh, hi. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Office of Foreign Affairs. Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. This minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this cattish counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. No fish and chips. Fish and Chipman is gone. Da da da. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Thank you, MILFs. Thank you for evil MILFs, Shu Takumi. Her daughter's pretty cute, too. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrack, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. He's also one of Barrack's boyfriends. Everybody's boyfriends in this game, it's great. When I want to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the wishes, there was nothing Rita Spells would not do. She's also good. I also love her. You gotta love a woman who's dedicated to her craft. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits to passerby, you know? Hee, everyone calls me a papiro, and I sell it as spaghetti. It's more red than my head. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Super Mario. Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when they're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. That French redhead freak can get folded a little bit, I think. I think he could get it folding. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that what I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care. I like this. It's like getting to say one last goodbye to the characters and the silly voices I made for them. And it's not making me emotional at all, I swear. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Say the name of the game, you did it. Aww. Ah, it's just sniffles. Regular size. I'm fine. Oh, they're gonna do the walking thing from the first game. I love that. Yeah, lesbians. And the cats. Look at all these nice models we made. This guy's dying of tuberculosis. He'll be dead within the year. Don't worry about him. Oh, they all jumped on Soseki, the cats. The fucking squad. I like that Sho and Sid Ryunosuke have the same goof-ass walk cycle. Remember that, freak? Remember Robot Man who looks weirdly like a Stinian? I'm the funny balloon guy and small German child? Oh my god! Or Bohemian child, I guess. Why is she gonna throw this like a ninja? Hey, it's BB Hood. Everybody remembers BB Hood. She wants to blow you up. There's so many freaks. Trevor can catch a little bit of a press, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I agree. Sometimes you just need a fucking weirdo. Aww. Shom snuck off to tap dance with Mikoto. Look at them fucking go, they're fucking jamming. I didn't expect the judge to suck as much as he does. I really didn't expect him to be like a bad guy, that was crazy. This guy, though, you always had bad vibes. Aha, I've caught up! Yeah, touch the tips again. Based. I might check those things out at a later date. It's like an 8.5-hour stream. I'm tired, Taichi. I need my beauty sleep. This was so good, though. I love this. I loved it so much. I think it might actually. I think I might like these more than the original trilogy now. Shu Takumi outdid himself. It was so good. I love a good mystery so much, and it was all so good. I love the characters. I loved it all. I'm really sad to see them go. The Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. Finn. Oh, my throat kind of hurts, though. You can hear my voice going a little bit. Oh, no, that art is super good. I have to capture it. There we go. That art was super good. Oh. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for sticking around for a very long stream. Very unusually long for me. I really appreciate that everybody stuck around to watch. It really means a lot, and I love all of my faithful minions. I had so much fun with these games. They were so incredible, and I'm really glad I got to share them with you, because Ace Attorney is one of my favorite series of games, and I'm glad I got to experience that with everybody. These new games that ended up meaning so much to me. So, when we get to Gigaboots chat, we're all just gonna post objection, okay? That should be the stream, the raid message, okay? So get ready, and thank you again so much. I'll see you on Thursday for Doom 2.